Okay, stream is running again.
Am I still here?
I can hear you.
I'm not blinked out in the race, right?
No?
Okay, my split just disappeared for some reason in that last sector. Like on the dashboard.
Yeah, but you're still fine. Oh, we can see you.
Alright, in this lap.
Okay.
I had about 16, 17 when I passed the line, so probably take like 14 from that. That's what I have.
So basically we are one lap. We have one lap in front and one lap to the 2P3, right?
Yeah, 7 minutes to both of them. 7 and just about 8. P4 is now a minute ahead of us on track, but a lap down. And P3 is about 2 minutes up the road, so yeah, better part of a lap to both. Leaders, nearly 2 laps ahead, so yeah. I doubt you're going to catch up to them.
I really wish I could acknowledge the stupid low fuel warning. How was track temp?
34. It's,
Too hot.
hotter than at the start of the race.
She's getting a little bit lively at the end of the run here.
AFK for a second. Okay, I'm back.
Alright, make sure your fuel is set.
Good call.
Hitboxing 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Alright, she's a little bit lively at the end of the run. I don't know how it's going to be on cold air, so.
I'm going to have to get used to the temperatures anyways. Last time I did drive, it was like 17 degrees Celsius, so now 34.
Yeah, it's very much different right now. I'll be right back.
That's it, go.
Three hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yep.
Right side. Clear.
So what lap times are still possible?
Don't actually know. I mean, David was still doing high 49s, but I think realistically in this temp now, Carl are doing 53s. So,
Okay.
yeah, anything in the low 50s, mid 50s is good. No blue flag mental GT3 behind you, just be careful.
Okay.
Left side. Clear on the left. have far left of fuel ready.
madman in a cup car behind you now.
Mm-hmm.
Left side. Clear on the left. Right side. Clear.
I've just been going to the field looking at. There's only 20 odd cars running, and there's not a single car that isn't basically destroyed, bar the TCRs. All the GT4s are destroyed, the Cup cars are destroyed, and all the GT3s are destroyed.
Yeah, that's the 24 hours for you. Almost nobody gets home unscathed.
Car stop on the left.
TCR dead on the left, should be out of the way in time.
Slow car ahead. Right side. Clear on the right. Right side, clear. Car on your left. Clear on the left. You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Hello, how are we looking?
Hey. It's just 1.5 laps to go for me.
Okay. I think James is next in, right?
I think so, yes.
Yes.
Good stuff. Nothing to report? No incidents or anything? I mean, I was watching quite a bit of it on YouTube stream.
No incidents.
Yeah.
It's funny that you don't need the sixth gear here anymore.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about the same speed going to 6th, but you can stay in 5th for sure. It just makes courage a bit easier, I think, staying in 5th.
Yeah.
Just need to remember to not carry too much speed.
Oh yeah. You're missing a bit of that. Yeah, that auto engine brake when you shift down. Okay, one more lap.
Yes, I'm ready. Slightly struggling outside the track here. Should be out of the way.
Okay.
Yes, he's going. All good.
Florian Fernandez in front of us is 12 laps back. They probably didn't have only one issue.
Don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel.
Nice job, Patrick. Well done.
5, 3, 2,
Thank you.
1. Right here. Go, go, go!
Boopy doopy boopy. Tyres do take longer than the driver swap as well, do they? Just so we know.
Yeah, I think I did look at it before the race. I think I had it down as 35 seconds for 4 tyres, and the driver swap's 30 seconds. So if we like, we could just do that on the last one. So you're coming out the pits with 2 hours 37.5 minutes to go. And according to the spreadsheet, it should be 2:48. So we're only 10 minutes ahead of the schedule now. So I think it's going to be about 5 laps the last stint with the safety lap. So yeah, I think the fuel will take longer still than everything.
Right side. Clear on the right.
It's looking
How's the
like
cha-
it's... Sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I'm just going to say it's looking like if we finish where we are, we'll be plus 89 iRacing as a team.
Wow.
Very nice.
Wow, split between 5 of us, not great.
Still a positive.
True.
I've gotta say, that was the last bit of concentration I could squeeze out of me today. Totally done.
Yeah, well done.
I'm not going to lie, I'm struggling.
Yeah, I mean, ideally we wouldn't have had to have done this obviously if my drift hadn't died. Like you guys would have had more of your incidents yesterday.
Yeah, true.
It wasn't the original intention.
4 hours of driving in, what, 7 hours? It's not great.
I've had about 5 hours of driving in 8 hours of time, so yeah.
Yes, but Lars, you're an Iron Man. You don't count. You're a machine.
The only other thing we could have done is double stinted, but I thought that was probably a bit more of a risk.
I was saying to Lars, I think I would have actually preferred to double, because it takes me like 4 laps to get into the car. So
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to double stint actually.
Okay.
Because
yeah,
it always takes me a while to get into the car, and I know myself I don't get an issue for 2 hours in the car, so yeah, that's why I preferred that. I asked for that.
Yeah, because we could have basically just had Patrick double and then James double, like your first stint. Well, Patrick's second stint and your first stint, James. And then maybe we could have had you do a second double later on.
yeah, but it's fine. It worked out okay. So just think for the future. If I ever do one of these again, I'll probably suggest that I want a double.
See, I'm thinking in terms of like what George and I were finding at Neo, which is that we prefer the single because it's just, you know, sprint stints. But yeah, it's different, isn't it?
Yeah, and also it's the ring. You need to build up your confidence as well.
Right side.
Jesus
Wow,
Christ.
really?
Fucking race leader as well.
He was hanging back and then did that. How big of a lead has he got?
6 minutes or something?
5 minutes, huh? That's really tight. He absolutely needs to push at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, how else would he take out another car of a slower class?
Whoa! Holy
That
shit!
was a millimeter.
I think we've got
Oh
some,
my
some
God.
tired drivers out there.
That was almost complete destroyed car number 2.
Let's keep the car together a bit till the end. You never know what happens.
so funny how that BMW looks from the front is completely gone.
Was that the one that ploughed into the Porsche on Galgenkopf a couple of hours ago? About lifting?
Not sure.
I think it is, yeah. So funny.
Have you seen the clip Anti posted on the
Yeah, I
lobby
did.
channel?
That's so funny as well. The one at the carousel, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's funny, to be honest. That's just
It's
baffling. No, I was like, oh no, when is the next car coming and just plowing into him because he can't see him? I mean, he didn't have any lights. He was pitch black dark, and then at that point, by the time you see a car sitting in the middle of a carousel, yeah, it's too late. I was just mortified that
The gap
no.
behind is now 8.3 seconds.
It's just like the fact that he fell out of the carousel, tried to get back in, and then went with a whole bunch of throttle and just fell out again.
Yeah, that was kind of funny and sad to see at the same time. But after that, what did happen after that? That was just cringe. I don't know.
But to be honest, the cars that ran into him after a minute or so also a bit
Yeah.
their own fault, because they definitely, their spotter said that there was a car on the track,
Yeah,
and
but
definitely
They might
don't
not have
think-
had one.
In-game spotter should tell you
Oh,
that.
yeah,
And
but
you
they
Yeah.
should have
wouldn't know
yellow flags.
exactly where.
yeah, they
Yeah.
wouldn't know exactly where, but they could slow down so they can avoid the crash.
Yeah, that was a GT3. They're not going to slow down.
Also,
will.
you might. It's a carousel, like it's blind, and even if you slow
Yeah.
down, like you're still gonna just run into someone like that.
Yeah, you can't see where you're going far enough ahead to really avoid something like that unless you're going really slow, and that was never going to happen. Let's be honest. And you definitely don't expect a car pitch black in the middle of the night sitting
Right side.
just snug on the racing line.
Clear on the right.
That's just so stupid.
Well, we might be able to re-overtake this one.
That Porsche was really patient.
We could try and re-overtake if we wanted to.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, to be honest.
The leader's fitting now.
He was so nice and patient, I wouldn't hurt him for that.
I even flashed him to say thank you, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's got damage, right? He must do if he's that slow.
This, I was saying to Patrick earlier, like I went through all the cars that were running, and there's basically not a single car that isn't destroyed. Like even the GT3 leaders have got quite big rear end damage. Absolute shambles.
It's kind of nice, to be honest. That's 24 hours for you, when there's no car left on the field that doesn't have any kind of damage.
So it shouldn't
Yeah,
be that way.
it just goes to show that people don't have an idea how to actually race a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Not all
At
of
least
them, but
not
enough.
at the ring.
Mm.
Like the sprint mentality works at other tracks, but not the ring.
Yeah. Sometimes it works. Usually, if you're going a 24-hour race and you're going in with a complete sprint mentality, you're going to get collected earlier or later at some point.
I disagree. I mean, like in the top kind of 1, 2, 3 splits at Daytona and at Spa, and at Le Mans as well. Like you have to go in with the sprint mentality, or you're not going to win. Here, though, absolutely right.
Sorry, we won split 3. Just saying.
Yeah, here, you don't have to.
No, we won split 3 at Le Mans as well.
Where? Which one? Sorry, like in the LMP2
In the LMP1,
last year, right?
year before, or whenever the last one was.
The majors one, or
No, we won the real one, split 3. And you came like 4th in a Ferrari, I think. We were in the same split.
yeah, but I mean, like from my point of view, we were basically pushing every lap.
I mean, there's a difference between pushing every lap and going for every gap you see. I get that you need to push as hard as you can and thread the needles a few times, but just plowing into the rear of other cars because they're not moving out of your way, that is a bit harsh.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But then
I mean,
you have
that would be fairly harsh in a sprint race as well.
you have much less of an opportunity to do that though at other tracks. Like at other tracks, you tend to just overtake people on the straight the whole time.
Yeah, that's one of the problems on the ring. It's there are not really all that many good overtaking opportunities. Everywhere you get a bit of straight or full throttle parts. It's still not really straight and still some corners in it. And going too wide too there's
Going
not
too
ideal.
wide. Going too wide isn't necessarily a problem if you make it clear early. Like that one where we got killed when Patrick was driving. If the guy wouldn't have braked and just sent it down in there, Patrick would have been alongside him, and Patrick could have backed out of it. It's the undecisive sends that cause the problem. If you're decisive with it, it's fine. Slower car can just brake. It's easy. It's when you send it when the slower car's turning in that's a problem, and that's really bad here.
Yeah, still, I don't feel comfortable at a lot of places going too wide. At least, I'm a bit on edge, let's put it that way. And a track like Le Mans, overtaking a slower class car is so easy. You just, on a straight, you got so many long straights and you could just go by. And here it's always like, do I have enough room? And is he coming to come over a little bit? Does he lag a little bit into me?
I already said to James
like
the amount of destroyed cars I've seen in the 24-hour race on the straight after Bergwerk is astonishing, because that's basically a straight. It's a long full throttle section, but still there are many who crash there when they try to overtake or try to lap someone or a slower class car, because it's not completely straight and it's very narrow.
And then you got a lot of places like here where even in a faster class car it's really hard to make a move that's not awkward, because straights are not long enough. You come out of a corner and by the time you catch up to the car in front of you, there's already the next corner coming up, and then you get these weird entries into the corner where you got a slide right-hander into a left-hand corner and stuff like that. That's all over the place here, and if you're stuck behind a slower class car, in the GT3 for example, if you're stuck behind the GT4, the places are just going to need so much time. And I get that GT3s want to get by at some point, because I mean they're racing themselves as well. We shouldn't forget that. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, we complain when they run into us, but they are racing as well. It's not like they're just doing a leisurely Sunday drive here.
No, it's already. Also, if you watch the real 24 hours of the ring, you see lots of the slower class cars that they really move out of the way of the faster ones. And
yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah, and as James said,
jump out the way.
Yeah.
Like for example, in this corner, what would happen is the Porsche would immediately dive to the inside, and the slow car, we would be expected to brake more and hold it to the outside and let them through.
Yeah.
That is completely different though. I mean, firstly, they got like 150 cars in a race, and the spread of the speed is a lot bigger. So yeah, if the GT3s were as patient as they need to be in this race, they wouldn't get any lap time at all. They would lap like a minute slower than what they can do on their own. And the second thing is, at least what I heard is that the GT3s, if you don't move out of the way, the GT3s just drive into you, similar to what some do here. And what tends to happen is that for the smaller teams, that's possibly season ending if you wreck your car, since they don't have the money to just rebuild the car, because they are usually hobby drivers and hobby teams. And for the big teams, it's like, oh yeah, let's rebuild. Not like they just scrap it off completely, but they're not fussed by it that much. They can afford that.
Yeah. Definitely agree with the spread of the speed difference. Definitely. That's much less the case here. And I also have to say, my mentality here is always to survive, and if I see a faster car just basically change direction and I see he wants to go for the move, I will brake like 30 meters earlier, 50 meters earlier, just to let him through.
I've had a few of these indecisive ones that took a look to my inside and then backed out, but by that point I already started braking early to let them by, and they stayed behind me still, and I was like, yeah, now I wasted a second just to let you by, and you didn't even make the move just because you looked. That is a bit annoying, but on the other hand, better losing that second than him actually sending it, and then I'm not prepared to back out, and that
definitely.
It's about situation awareness, isn't it? You just always have to judge it on what you've got to gain and what you've got to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, like at the start of the race, if you're drafting off of someone who's faster than you, like you have a bit more to gain by maybe taking a tiny bit more of a risk, but at the end of the race, you know, like I was lifting off in Hatzenbach to let someone through who was like really not even that close to me because I just didn't want to have a risk.
Yeah.
You're talking about the stint where I was right behind that other GT4, David.
Yeah.
I did a few sketchy moves just to stay with him.
And also, the risk thing that David just mentioned, that's for me also the point when there are yellow flags. Maybe when you're fighting for the winner, so you try to still drive as fast as possible while being cautious. But for example, I had a situation where I avoided a crash. That would have certainly been a crash if I would not have slowed down substantially without seeing what was going on. And there was when the GT3 was spun before me at Flugplatz and was sideways on the Flugplatz, were completely blind. And I had a yellow flag and I slowed down. That cost me like 5 to 10 seconds without seeing what was going on. And if I wouldn't have so slow, I would not have been able to avoid that.
Yeah, sometimes that helps a lot. I usually just have a quick glance at the relative to see where he is, because you can usually see which car's very slow, and then if I get closer to that, then I would slow down as well. But on the other hand, you need to be really careful with that, because if you're losing 5 to 10 seconds just from slowing down, then and you're not checking your rear beforehand, you might just get plowed into, because people do not expect that. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Why is he slowing down? I don't understand. Bam.
For me, it was just I knew I was coming up to Flugplatz, and I know that is a blind spot. And yeah, that was the reason for me to slow down that much.
That's nice when you have somebody sitting next to you as another teammate, and when a yellow flag comes out, he's just able to look ahead and then tell you what's going on and then give you a shout out if you need to slow down or not.
But yeah, what makes this race so difficult and dangerous is also what makes it so special, I think. That it's not like at Le Mans where you have all those straights where it's no problem to overtake. So it's here to also always fight against the track, and even if you overtake someone or lap someone, it's never straightforward.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's basically the ultimate survival race of the year.
Yep, this and Bathurst, 12 hours are the two big survival races. They're pretty different to all the others, I think. Are there any other tracks that iRacing could hold an endurance race on that would be a survival like those two, though? I wonder. Like, what track would you hold a race on that could be like that?
That WEC cars at Lime Rock Park.
I'd get dizzy if I was to do that.
Doesn't sound like a good idea.
That sounds like a really great idea, to be honest. I mean, that would be like 5 cars driving after 10 minutes, but other than that would be a really good idea, I think.
Remember the ever races at Barber? They were the same.
Yeah, and BIR.
Yeah.
Oh
Do
yeah,
like an endurance race at BIR in like maybe the Cup car and the GT4s and TCRs, even GT3s, I suppose. Yeah, same car combination at BIR, I think would be quite good.
Where do you need to sign up? That sounds good.
Maybe we should host it.
By the way, something that Lars said, and I agree, is that I kind of miss the Mazdas at the 24-hour race here.
Oh, for sure.
Just
Yeah.
a very slow class car. I think that's really missing.
That was basically what would get rid of the GT3s, wouldn't it? It would the GT3s would kill themselves. in
Yes,
the X5s.
exactly. That's basically the minefield for the GT3s.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, then you get already, for the GT3s at least, into the realm, but they need to pass them fast since they're so much slower, and then they make risky moves and kill themselves. Yeah, that's about right.
They got the MX5s in NEC though, so yeah, come and do some racing in that. I'd love to do some NEC racing this year. So
Yeah,
if any of you guys are up for it.
I would love to as well, but just too early in the day. If they were at like 8 p.m. my time, I would instantly jump into all of them. If ES was on the same day, I would say, Patrick, no, I'm not driving today. I'm going to drive Nürburgring.
Yeah, Nürburgring is great.
Well, I mean,
But
we could do. How long are they? They're 4 hours or 6 hours, right?
yeah, one is 6 hours and the rest are 4 hours. So
Yeah.
at least the 4 hours are easily single driver.
They're not quite long enough for bigger teams, are they? You'd
No.
only ever want to do it as a 2-man.
Yeah, alone or 2-man at most.
Are you able to do them alone?
Yeah,
Or
you
are
can
you
do them.
forced?
Those are the only team events in official iRacing that you can do on your own.
Okay.
I'm kind of tempted. Like, if I was to do it alone, I might do it. But if I was to do it as a 2-man team, I'd definitely do it.
No, again, if they were a little bit later in the day, the way they are in the afternoon, and that's when you usually have the kids here and stuff. And I'm always watching it, sitting just here and watching you. So I don't think I could drive at this time without angering my wife too much. That is.
No, that's fair enough. Anybody else up for it?
George will probably drive MX5 with you.
I'd have to drive MX5 though.
Or TCR, probably.
Yeah, I could do TCR. I'm slow in the TCR though.
Is the Cup in the NEC as well?
Yep. I haven't actually bought that Cup car yet though, so I have no idea how it drives.
Me neither, but it's tempting.
It drove really good at launch, now it drives like absolute ass. It drives like the old Cup car, but with like weird brakes, even more weird than the old Cup car.
I think I had fun with the Cup car here on this track. The only thing I remember, if I remember correctly, if it was this car, was that something that was weird was that you had to avoid any kind of curb, like the plague. If you even touched the curb, you were out of the race.
Well, it's the same thing as GT3, right?
Well, it can take quite a few curbs here in the GT3.
I've never driven a GT3 here. Which sounds weird.
There's some
It's-
really bad curbs
Yeah.
you really shouldn't take, but quite a few you can just plow over. For example, I remember I really struggled with the one coming into Ardenau on the left hand side. That curb that you take completely, David, with this car. I know I struggled there. I've lost quite a few times the car there, the Cup car, in practice to the last year's race. And I think that's when I started not driving over that curb at all. Just too afraid to repeat that because
Yeah, the Cup car hated it, didn't it?
Yeah. You could go over it like 10 times and it was fine, and 11 times you drove over the exact same way and it just something was ever so slightly off and you just put you in the wall. No chance.
Yeah, I remember the last curb at Hatzenbach when you're on the way to Flugplatz. That last, the right-hand
Yeah.
curb.
Yeah.
If you touched that, the car basically bounced off or was uncontrollable then.
I would say though, having stood at that exact point at Hatzenbach in real life, only the TCR cars touch that curb. Everybody else is nowhere near it. All the GT3s, all the Carps, all of them. Even the GT4s were avoiding it.
Mm.
And then you get the factory, like Hyundai's, they're just like, yeet!
Yeah. By the way, I didn't
Curb,
realise.
I eat that. Nom, nom, nom.
Yeah. TCRs, you can just take every single curve on the track, I think.
I haven't driven the TCR here either, but I have to say the Aston Martin GT4 is the car that eats the most curb I've ever seen here.
It's
just-
it's similar to the BMW. Like the Cayman hates the curves, but you can take them, but it'll pogo around. Whereas the Aston and the BMW both seem to take them really well. But the TCRs like takes them even better still. Like you can basically take every curve at the Hatzenbach in the TCR and have no cares in the world. It's faster to do so as well.
The only curb that you can't do in the TCR is that jumpy one at Whipperman, before Brinchin, the one on the right. You can't touch that in a TCR.
Is that the one? Is that the one halfway through Brinchin? So like when you get
The
on the
the one
right
that's-
hander where you get into like the dip where all the crowds are on the left.
Yeah.
Because that's interesting because I take that like all the time in this car.
no, sorry, not the one at Brinchin, the one before that. I'll show you it in a sec when I get there.
Okay. The one you took in the Cayman on the last lap of the race.
No, the one after that.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Patrick, the other thing about the TCR that's awesome is that it's so fast in the carousel. You're like quicker than any other car in the carousel.
Interesting.
The Kia was like was the same. It was just great. The front wheel drive really helps. All right, James, which one? Which
So
curb?
this is the curb where I killed the Cayman.
Yep.
Not that one. Not this one.
Oh, you mean the next one?
Yeah, not this one. The next one. So this one now on the right that you can take in a GT4
Yeah.
like that.
I'd take it
In
like
a-
that, yeah.
In a TCR, you hit that wrong, you're dead. The
Okay.
car jumps to the left.
Probably the front wheel drive thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
George
the one
died
thing,
there.
the
George
one
died there
thing
twice.
keeping me from buying a TCR is that they're front-wheel drive. I don't think I could stand that.
Yeah, you would.
It's just
You
a
would
different
hate-
way of thinking, you know? You just have to drive it with a different mentality.
Yeah,
I quite enjoy them, I'm just not very quick in them. And to be quick in them, you have to drive them a lot, and I just don't enjoy them. I enjoy them on the ring, but on most normal tracks, I just really don't enjoy them as much as a rear-wheel drive car.
I thought you would enjoy them being front-wheel drive and you liking the car to understand a little
No,
bit.
like,
We
front-wheel
talked,
drive,
we
but
talked,
that's such a fallacy though. Front-wheel drive cars don't understeer. They understeer
No,
on
they do.
throttle, yes, but on off throttle, they oversteer. If you have
yeah,
them set up
that's
right.
the problem. The car needs to be slight oversteer off throttle and then good bit of oversteer on throttle. If car understeers on throttle, that's just bad. That's just bad design.
It's just front-wheel drive, yeah.
Yeah.
So it just means you have to know to modulate, and it's the same for everyone, right? So you just have to do a better job of modulating your right foot than anybody else, right? It's kind of similar to the Spec Racer Ford in a way, actually.
Yeah, that's the reason I don't like the Spec Racer 4 too much. It's really sketchy off throttle, and then on throttle it's just plowing.
Don't drive a TCR car with George, because George basically wants off-throttle behaviour to be a drift wagon, and then on-throttle behaviour to pull the car straight.
Yeah, no, that doesn't sound fun. As said, the front wheel drive definitely from even really looking at them so far, and I don't think that's going to change in a hurry.
You need to have enough time to race them consistently to get your head around them. And it's just
Yeah, as I said, the whole premise of a front wheel drive car just doesn't gel with me. It's not what I'm looking for in a car.
Now all-wheel drive, we're talking all-wheel drive now. That's something different. I quite enjoy the all-wheel drive around here.
Yeah.
Which all-wheel drive?
The rough. It's awesome. It's so good.
I thought you were going to say the idea GTO.
No, the rough.
Rough. That's even worse than Ho, by the way. Since you asked that.
RUF? How do you pronounce it?
Roof. Similar to the roof in English.
I did know that. I used to call it the roof. I don't know why I called it the rough that time. Maybe I was just being informal. But yeah, like we discussed this a while back. But in my mind, if we were to host, or if I was to host a race, I would do like historic cars at the ring. So I would do road cars and historic cars. I think. Like I put the Audi GTO in there, and
The Lotus 49.
yeah, the 49. I don't know if you could call that an endurance car.
It's a historic car. You didn't say anything about his.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Just call it like a festival of the Nordschleifer and just put all the old cars on it. Job's good, right?
I mean, the 49 drove here back in the day, so yeah.
The 79 didn't, but we can pretend, right?
When did the 79 race?
In 78, and it didn't, and that was after the 76.
Yeah. But it's not that much after, so yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Hockenheimring took over in 77 as the German Grand Prix and kept it through the 80s, basically.
26 was the one when Lauda lost his ear, and
Yeah,
that was the last one
race, yeah.
on the ring for Formula 1.
Yeah,
And
that
then
was
they
before
didn't
ground effect
return
came in.
until mid 90s, I think. But then only on the GP track.
When they came back on the GP track, they held the M1 race as the like the opening race for it, with all the old F1 drivers and Senna making his debut. I wish they did that kind of thing still in Formula 1. It'd be so good. Like a GT3 race with F1 drivers for the F1 weekend would be just so good.
Wasn't that when they opened up the ring, as in the GP track in, what was it, 85? And Senna was basically nobody?
Yeah. Nobody, yeah. 83
raced,
maybe? 83?
Yeah, something like that. Mid 80s somewhere.
And it was him and Lauda who were basically miles ahead of everyone.
Yeah. He demolished the competition, basically. Got a GT3 coming up, by the way, second back.
Got it.
But yeah, like put all of the Formula 1 drivers on the grid in their retrospective GT3 cars for the teams that they race for, and let them have at it for 15 laps or whatever on the Saturday after qualifying. It'd be awesome.
It doesn't have to be every race, though. Just once a year, something
Once
like
a
that.
year, yeah. guess those who drive for teams who don't have a GT3 car can drive for their engine manufacturer's GT3 car. That would work.
Or would that put Red Bull in and then AlphaTauri in NSX GT3s?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
You can't argue with that, surely.
And I mean, Formula 1 being gimmicky as of late, you could give like 3 points or so for the winner. Similar to the sprint race.
Replace the sprint race with GT3 cars. That would be quite good.
Can you imagine the balance of performance argument?
Oh god.
I mean, there'd only be 3 cars though, right? There'd be Ferraris, so it'd be 488 GT3s, AMG GT3s, and then NSXs.
McLaren, Alpine.
Oh yeah, McLaren, yeah, true, yeah, McLaren.
Alpine.
720. Oh yeah, what would Alpine drive? Yeah, they don't really have a GT3 car.
Do they not? I thought
No,
there was.
they've got GT4.
Oh, right. Is there a Renault that's a GT3? There isn't, is there?
Nope. Not anymore. They had that silly, like Renault GT3 thing that raced at the Nürburgring, Megane Challenge or whatever it was called.
You forgot Aston Martin as well have a GT3
Oh
car.
shit! Yeah, no, there's a lot more GT3 cars. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this would work.
I don't know what Alpha would drive. I guess Ferrari.
Alpha would drive Ferraris, yeah. And let SRO do the BOP. Don't allow F1 to do the BOP. Let SRO do it properly. That'd be good fun.
Okay, guys, I'm going to be AFK for a while again.
All right, lads.
Might
Okay.
be back for the finish of the race.
See you lads.
See you later.
I think at some point I'd like to race some race at the Nürburgring in a GT3 too. Because I think last was or second to last season, there was a Nürburgring race in the endurance sprint series with the LMPs, and it was so much fun to drive a fast car here. I mean, the GT3s are not that fast, but they're
I mean,
They're
they
fast
are now.
enough.
fast
Yeah,
enough,
fast
yeah.
enough, yeah.
Yeah, now
You
they're
have to be-
stupid fast.
You have to be so committed in GT3 to be on the pace as well.
Yeah, that is something I don't like as much. That
Like in this car, you can get away with coasting in some of the corners, but in the GT3, you just have to be on it, or you lose like a lot of lap time. I think that's why I prefer driving the slower cars around here. You can be more strategic with your driving style.
yeah, that's definitely an advantage. Also, you get kind of the better splits, I think, with my
Yeah.
performance, for example, in a GT3.
Yeah,
I'd
absolutely, yeah.
probably be in a split where only GT3s are driving.
Did P1 have a problem with the big pet?
I don't think they had a problem. Like, I'm on board with them now, and they're just driving around.
Did they pit? But gained a minute on them.
Probably. Their last lap was a 55, so that's probably an in lap. Let's just double check. Yeah, they pitted. They're also being like ridiculously careful in traffic, like getting out of the way of GT3s and braking offline to let them through and stuff.
They're still faster than me. It's ridiculous.
I mean, that whole team. Well, I don't know, like who exactly on the team is what iRacing, but their whole team are basically very quick. So they must have put a hell of a lot of work into the race, or they've got people who've got too low I ratings for their ability, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're all pretty fast.
Like they must have, they must either all be like around low 3K and have put in loads of work together for it, or maybe they've got like some ringers who are like much faster than their 2.5K or whatever I ratings would suggest.
Yeah.
I don't know, like it's top split though, so all GT3 just crashed in front of them, but yeah, they're not going to do anything. I don't know, can you see their I ratings, Patrick?
I can only see the I rating of the one who's driving.
I had a quick scan like when I was logging in, because you can see it on the loading screen, and the ones that I could find were all around 4K. Like Samuel Jordan was about 4K, I think. So was Willie.
At the moment, Patrick?
Yes, Samuel is 4.6k.
Right.
So yeah, I suspect that all of them have got higher I rating than me, probably. So they probably would have been in like second split for the first race. They wouldn't have been in our split.
Yeah, I think they would have been second split. Yeah.
It's just weird that they must have had a really bad qualifying, because they were behind us on the grid, right?
Yep.
To be fair, like I was really happy with my qualifying lap. Like that second lap, I got pretty much everything I could. I only had like maybe 2 mistakes in the whole lap, which cost like a couple of tenths each. Alright, I'm just going to go for a quick loo break. I'll be back and then ready to take over from you, James.
Okie dokie.
Back in a minute.
guard. Clear on the left.
Are you serious?
Alright. Clear on the right.
Really?
Did he really want to prevent you from using the draft there?
Yep.
Oh my god.
After he tried to send it on me on the left-hander after bridging.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right. Yes.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I mean, that's not a passing place if you're a GT3 car and a GT4, let alone a cut car. You ready, David?
I am.
Cool.
Car on your left.
What is this guy doing? Just let him by.
Still there. Clear on the
What an
left.
idiot.
Is she fucking retarded?
No, he wants to try and scare us into crashing, I guess.
Fucking douche canoe.
Yeah, I know. Well done, James. I think there's probably a reason they're 10 laps down on us.
It's very likely. Once I'm done with this, then I'm going to go to bed because I'm not in a good way. So I probably won't be here for the end, but I guess it's just Cordell's here, right? So it's just David and Cordell, so you should be fine.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Thanks, James.
Go the line down.
I know you had an early one this morning.
Yeah, it was not great. But just so we've got this recorded in the video of the evidence and annals of YouTube, to Mr. Lars, I say I've completed a 24-hour race without crashing the car. So
But hang on, you still got Tiergarten.
I'm not going to crash at Tiergarten. It's fine. That's why I crash on pit road.
But if you crash now,
Just wait, the 99 ahead of us are going to crash in Tiergarten, and then we're going
That
to
wouldn't
slow.
be me crashing though. So,
Well, yeah, that's true.
oh my god, he's so slow as well, isn't he?
He's run out of fuel. Maybe. Yeah, this is very slow. He's lifting off for some reason, and now he's blinking.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that.
Pit box in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Speeding on pit road, apparently.
What's that back flag doing in the top left-hand corner?
I mean, did I not hit my pit limiter?
I don't know. Did you not?
I mean, I'm doing 60 at the line, and then the car speeds up to 64, and then I slow down. So I'm guessing the pit limiter didn't engage. Oh,
It's alright. It gives me more time to finish my tea.
that was the most English thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. it
Hang
was.
on. I could have had crumpets or scones
how?
or tea cakes.
Like, I'm looking on the onboard, and the pit limiter's on. So, how does that happen? It just lets me accelerate past the pit limiter.
Were you in first gear?
No, I was in second.
I've had that in first gear where I've like accelerated and it gone up to like 62, and then I shit myself.
I was in second, and it just was like, yeah, no worries, go for it.
And by the way, you've got 0.9 seconds of optional repairs that didn't take because we're taking the penalty, so I'll just take them now.
That's literally what I get for saying that I'd had a flawless 24 hours. That was my own fault. Oh, well. Right, good luck for the rest of the race, guys. Bring it home.
No worries, James. Thank you. We will do.
See you later on.
Have a good sleep. See you later.
Bye bye.
The leader's pitting now.
See you, James.
Oh, also, Dave, I hate you.
Why?
Because I stupidly sat in the car to see how long the repairs were going to take when your Rift had crashed. So you just lost me 46 iRacing. But in a way, I saved you from losing 100. So, you know, thank me, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about
The
that.
leader's pitting
You
now.
lost 47, I lost 46.
I'm sorry.
For fuck's sake.
So it scored you for the lap because we'd done the driver swap, and then when the tow finished it, you were considered as having completed that lap. Then,
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
well, live and learn.
Alright, let's boys.
User disconnected
Later.
from your channel.
Oh, by the way, has everyone here watched the Formula One race or knows what happened in the Formula One?
Just finish it.
Have you watched it yet, Patrick?
Basically, I saw the first 20 minutes before my stint started, and I've watched a recap now. I think I know most of what happened.
I don't know. I mean, like, would you rather just not talk about it, or can we talk about it?
It was interesting.
Conrad, you have seen it, right?
Yeah, we just finished it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it all. Do you mind if we talk about everything in detail, Patrick, or are you going to go and watch it later?
No, you can. No problem.
Ah, so you can use that curb. It's probably faster.
Bro, that race was freaking wild, though.
People on Reddit are complaining it was a boring race.
They're complaining?
I know, right?
They don't know they don't know a good thing if it smacked them in the mouth, man.
Yeah, they should be forced to go and watch the 2002 or the 2004 Nürburgring Grand Prix and tell me that last Grand Prix that we just saw was a boring race.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe it was a bit more boring than the first two races, but yeah.
They were thinking those were boring too, though.
Okay.
Some people will just never be happy.
Yeah, no, for sure. GT3 car, 1.1 back.
I mean, from what I've heard, it's just Verstappen pretty unlucky with the second technical DNF this season already.
Yeah, they're gonna figure something out. That's crazy.
Yeah. That really hurts them already.
Clear.
That was a great spot. Thanks, bud. Couldn't wait half a second.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Mercedes actually on the podium.
Yo, that was wild too, right?
I mean, their race pace wasn't too bad. Like, Hamilton, like, after he got overtaken by Perez, like, Perez's and Verstappen's tyres went off massively, but he was, like, catching back up and could have... I think Hamilton could have had a podium. If there hadn't been any safety cars at all, he could have had a podium legitimately on strategy.
Yeah, the Mercedes are not that slow. They have a few issues, but...
How about Albon?
I think Mercedes, like, they're definitely, like, 8/10 off in qualifying trim, but in race pace, they were probably closer to, like, half a second off. But the others fucked up their tyres more, so... I think what's happening is that Red Bull and Ferrari are probably optimizing qualifying performance more than race pace because they're trying to beat each other.
Probably, yeah.
Whereas Mercedes went for race pace and got lucky because they just snuck into Q3 and then managed to somehow get an okay time in Q3. And then happened to get good starts as well.
I've got a feeling though that the Ferrari are in race pace
Ferrari
a little bit more ahead of Red Bull than
well,
in
it's.
quality pace.
I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that because depends. I think it's going to depend on the track. Like Red Bull have a really good like drag to downforce ratio, whereas Ferrari just have pure downforce.
Yeah, it might be different on tracks that are
Yeah.
very high speed.
I think when Red Bull put a high downforce wing on their car, you might find that they're going to be a lot closer again, because they were still running a fairly skinny rear wing here.
The first two races reminded me sometimes of the battles between Hamilton and Verstappen last year, where Hamilton most of the time was had the advantage in race pace, and Verstappen had to somehow use somehow had to try to win with a car that was not as fast as Hamilton's in the race. And
I don't know.
I felt the same in the first two races with Leclerc. You always had the feeling that when Leclerc was in front, he could push away, and when Verstappen was in front, Leclerc was right on his heels, and Verstappen was not able to just drive away from him.
The Red Bull's just got that. It's low draggy, right? So it's really fast on the straight. It's just the different philosophies on the cars. The overall lap time is about the same, but the DRS is basically keeping them close together, right? On these kind of low. So the first three tracks are quite atypical for Formula 1 circuits because they're quite easy to stay with people in the DRS. I think it's going to be a different picture when we get to Imola.
Definitely possible, yeah.
Like even Imola, I mean, Imola's got such a long straight that the cars tend to run lower downforce than most a typical track, like Barcelona or wherever. It isn't a good trend though. For years now, I've been thinking that F1 didn't have enough fast tracks. Like for years, it's been like all the same kind of tracks, like these, kind of medium speed, high downforce tracks that they'll go to the whole time.
I think the biggest problem with this race is the fact that in the end, that freaking tire lasted way too goddamn long. That hard tire, no. Fucking Albon drove 55. He's still kept going. He had another like 70 laps.
He was helped by the safety cars.
No, 100%. I get that. Like, yeah, if it wasn't for the safety cars, the tire probably would have gone off at like maybe lap 50. But that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
a lot. But it just finished the whole race on one tire.
Yeah, that's not okay. I actually liked the races. Which season was it? Where most of the races were 3 or 4 pit stops. I loved that. that was great.
I mean, I really don't mind it because like it was still faster to do like a 1 or even a 2 stop in some connotations. But like you can have longevity, but to use it strategically is fine, in my opinion.
Definitely.
Like, what you don't want is like from a few years back when it was just an easy 1 stop for everyone and there was no strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of the awesome thing about Bahrain in a way, is that the tires wore out so much that they were having to pit. I mean, yeah, I know it was quite a few pit stops. Maybe like 1 less pit stop would have been perfect, but it was so crazy because it shook the race up the whole time, right?
I think
but,
we're quibbling
race,
like over. It's such a hard margin because it's going to be different from circuit to circuit because of the different bitumen.
Oh, 100%.
So it's hard to say, but like I don't mind. I think Pirelli got some pretty good tires this year for the racing.
But it's also always have been a strategic call by F1 in general. I know in that season where almost all races were 3 or 4 stops, they got a lot of complaints that regular viewers just couldn't follow the race anymore and didn't even know who was in front and who wasn't.
No, I can imagine at the racetrack itself, it's really fucking difficult to tell what's going on when you're pitting 3 times in a race.
I think the bigger problem that year was that the tires became basically the only deciding factor. Like Red Bull had built the best car, but they couldn't use the downforce because they were wasting the tires faster than anybody else. if we're talking about like 2013, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was 13. Yeah.
Maybe 11.
But I loved that season. I loved those races with lots of pit stops.
I'll be right back. So if you want to take over spotting for him.
Yeah.
The lead is pitting now.
But yeah, I've liked the races this season so far.
I think the new cars, like the aero on the new cars, has really helped.
For sure. Feel a bit bad for Aston Martin. They wanted to achieve so much and now they are dead last in pace.
Yeah, don't feel bad for them. They're not a very... I don't like them as a corporation. Like, I enjoy driving their cars. I think their cars are pretty, but like from a corporate point of view, not a big fan.
I have no clue about that. It's definitely interesting to have Mercedes in a spot where they can compete in a way. They're not. It's not like they are dead last. They are basically third fastest team.
Yeah,
But
give it
yeah.
a couple of races. I think they'll
Exactly.
be closer.
They are in a spot where it's interesting to follow how they will catch up, which I think they will.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Maybe not this season, but I think they're gonna get closer. And
they've gone with a completely
latest
different aero
next season.
philosophy. Like the whole design of the car is based around the slim side pod philosophy, which we don't know if that's right yet. It's going to take like a year or even like 2 years maybe to figure out which design philosophy is correct, because there's so much development work to do and so many kind of pathways that they could go.
Definitely. And that is something that also stands out for me from those first few races, that you have, maybe because the teams are closer in general to each other, and also because nobody really knows which design philosophy is the best and at which tracks. You have those outliers where suddenly yesterday basically it was possible for Alonso to get on pole with
yeah, because Red Bull was struggling with their balance.
Yeah.
And like Sainz was having a shocker.
That would never have been possible in
Nope.
2014 to 2021. Never.
I mean, did you see the graph I made after the first race, or even after the first qualifying?
No, I didn't.
So I made a graph of like gap between the pack, like, and then compared it back to basically the start of when they started using Bahrain. I'm just basically using Bahrain qualifying results. It's really interesting. This is the closest year, pretty much in the last 20 years.
Yeah, that really makes it more interesting, definitely.
It has all sorts of effects on strategy as well, because there's no field spread. You can't just take a free pit stop and slot yourself into a gap anymore. like it's much harder to find that window to put yourself into, because and you run the risk of just not being able to overtake someone also once you've done that pit stop, and then getting stuck and screwed over that way.
And I remember at least once in a while you had those outlier races in the past too, where some driver team combination suddenly was way ahead from where they should be. Like I remember that race where Damon Hill in the Minardi almost won the race. If he...
You mean in the not in the Minardi? It
Not
was
Minardi.
the Arrows.
Or Arrows. It
Yeah, it's because of the tires.
was definitely one of the slowest teams, and suddenly he was in front. And yeah, if he hadn't had a technical issue in the last lap, he would have won the race.
I cried my eyes out at that race. Like, he was my favorite driver, and I was only about 9 at the time, I think. I was really disappointed when he got overtaken.
That was so heartbreaking.
Right side, clear.
Case in point, I probably wouldn't have broken for that GT3 earlier in the race.
Yeah. I've got a feeling he's still defending his position. P4 is only 27 seconds behind you now.
Okay. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Like, I think once they all start bringing their upgrades, that you could see some pretty big changes in the order, just kind of based around people optimizing their designs. It might be that Ferrari's design is already really well optimized, and Red Bull or Mercedes or even Alpine somehow find something to really unlock their designs, and they can, overtake them even.
Yeah. Do you think it's about design, or is it also just the engine? Because it's kind of
No, I think maybe there's something going on with the Mercedes engine.
It is kind of telling a bit.
I think they might be running it under its potential because of reliability for some reason.
Maybe it's just you can see that other teams with the Mercedes engine are struggling
I think
as well.
It's more to do with aero. Like, if you look at the Mercedes teams, a lot of them follow the same concept as Mercedes, which is higher drag, and I think that's the problem. They're losing out on the straights from the drag, not the engine.
So you think the Mercedes customer teams basically followed also the design?
It's just through luck or through, I don't know if it's just how it went. They were probably given like the specs for the engine, and then they based their aero. It's a compromise, right? So
yeah,
the customer teams have to base their aero around what they're given for the engine, and the engine's designed by Mercedes, and they design it around their car.
That makes sense.
Also, there are rumors that Mercedes might have screwed up the requirements for like cooling and that they gave to their customers this year. So they're having to run like with a suboptimal like level of drag to cool the car. But there's no concrete proof for that, of course, because they wouldn't admit it.
Yeah, of course. Just speculation.
But yeah, once the upgrades come along and everything gets sorted out by maybe kind of May, June time, I think we'll have a much better idea. It wouldn't surprise me to see like someone like Mercedes winning at Monaco, for example.
Yeah, Monaco. Monaco will be interesting.
Although Ferrari's low speed cornering is very impressive, so they've probably got Monaco set it out. So it'll be good. It'll be nice with Charles to win Monaco as well, of course.
Of course. Yeah, I think Charles has.
Yeah.
Charles, yeah, that was just sad. But I think this year he really has a very good chance even to win the championship. We see how reliable they are so far and how fast, and the struggles other teams have. His
Oh, for sure. I mean, like the others, Red Bull have completely shot themselves in the foot with their reliability.
Yeah. The point advantage he already has now is really impressive.
I mean, George Russell's in second place.
Yeah,
that's pretty much
that
all
tells
that you need to
everything.
But then again, what happened to Carlos today could happen to Charles in a future race, you know. Screw up in qualifying, start outside the top 10. Can happen.
True. Especially when the grid is so close together.
Also, we haven't seen any wet races yet. I'm willing to bet the Mercedes will be very fast in the wet.
Oh, that is going to be interesting with the new cars.
Because they're going to have to they raise them up with the tyres, right? And with the ground effect cars, it could be the...
How are those ground effect cars even doing in wet conditions?
Yeah, they're definitely slower, relatively speaking, because they have to
be
them up
slower.
The tread.
Yeah. I hope they even work with wet conditions.
Oh, I think they work. I mean, they had that wet test at Barcelona.
McLaren is a weird one. They were extremely slow.
They were
the
just
last
screwed.
race.
Yeah, I think it's a case of them having reliability problems in the first two races, which were costing them performance.
This weekend they were much more competitive.
I think this weekend is much more representative of where they really are. I mean, at Barcelona they were fine compared to the others. They were setting like fastest times and all that, you know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, give it a few more races and I think you'll find McLaren kind of with Alpine, maybe even ahead of Alpine. 1 hour to go.
Well, in a race this long, that seems like nothing.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So how do you see Russell versus Hamilton so far?
About what I expect. Hamilton's quicker, but let's wait and see. Quicker but not by much, and definitely better in the race.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of almost expected more from Russell. Even though that might be not fair.
I remember who you're comparing him against. Like, don't underestimate Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, definitely.
I know you're a firm believer of the might of the Mercedes car, but I think Hamilton is still one of the top 3 drivers in the sport with Charles and Max.
Yeah, I'm convinced about that too. Definitely one of the top drivers.
Probably, I would probably say top 2. I mean, I still don't think Charles is quite on the level of the other 2. In terms of raw speed, I don't think he's quite there. In the race, you know?
For sure.
And maybe when we talk about race pace, you could also argue that someone like Alonso might still be there.
Maybe, yeah, that's hard to say. But I'll definitely say Hamilton and Verstappen are the 2 best drivers right now.
I think Verstappen's probably got the single lap edge now on the entire field. Like a couple of years ago, I think Hamilton would have been with him, maybe even slightly quicker. But I think Hamilton's lost a little bit of qualifying speed, but he's definitely gained race pace.
No Leclerc in that conversation?
What did you say?
No Leclerc in that conversation?
We just
Leclerc?
mentioned him.
You
Like, I
mentioned
don't think
him, yeah.
I don't think he's quite on the level of the other 2. Like both in terms of race pace and qualifying speed.
Yeah, I tend to agree a bit.
But to be honest, like there's so much nuance to it that we always forget that it depends on the car and it depends on the
track,
the
tire
track, the
temperature,
track,
the air
yeah.
temperature.
Everything.
Let's just
Is
say
it a high
driving
speed
style that's
track, low
required,
speed
yeah.
track, like all that.
the thing is, what I haven't seen Leclerc do yet, or at least I don't remember it vividly, is that he won a race or impressed me in a car that wasn't competitive, but he just pulled a miracle out with his driving skills. And Verstappen, I've seen that do a lot, and Hamilton just... I mean, Hamilton, you can't really say that because he has had an absolute dominant car for the
Go
past
back
years.
and watch Hamilton in 2009,
Yes,
2010,
exactly. He proved that
2012, 2013 in a couple of races.
Exactly. And in the last years, what has been really impressive by Hamilton was his race smarts. I think he was just the smartest guy in the race for the last years. He knew which battles to pick, which not to. That's what really impressed me those last years. Because in the beginning of his career he sometimes made mistakes that cost him a lot and were unnecessary, but he absolutely didn't do that in the last years.
I don't think this year's cars suit Verstappen quite as much as last year's did.
Yeah, that seems the case. It seems you can't push them that much.
They're definitely more front limited than last year's cars were. Like with the aero changes to the floor that happened before the last season, which basically nerfed the Mercedes, it made the cars very rear limited.
It seems like
Whereas
this
now
year
they're really front limited because of they got loads of rear grip, right? So they're always kind of struggling to dial out understeer, it seems.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, and I have a feeling what Verstappen is experiencing is when he overdrives this year's cars, his tires are just melting in comparison.
Yeah, there's that as well, but also the fact that Perez is now within 3 tenths in qualifying, whereas last year he was always 6 tenths behind.
But to be honest, I'm kind of glad that Verstappen is not in a car that's dominant, because I think that would make for not very entertaining races. It's more fun when Verstappen is catching up or has to beat someone in a faster car. Otherwise, that would be like some of the 2014, 15, 16 seasons, or some of the Vettel years also, where basically
Schumacher
one driver
years.
is just, and Schumacher years, yeah, where one driver is basically almost every race in front and just driving with a big gap in front.
The annoying thing about the Schumacher years was that Ferrari used to love to play games with the fuel. Like they would put more fuel into his car and have not qualify in pole, and then he would just blitz everyone in the race because the car was so good. It was like no matter what strategy Ferrari would pick, Schumacher would win because the car was just so much faster than everybody else in his hands. And
Yeah,
yet Barrichello
they were
could
really
never make
dominant.
it work. That was the frustrating thing, like Barrichello just couldn't do the stuff that Schumacher could in terms of running qualifying pace for the whole race and just making the strategy work.
Yeah, true. Barrichello had some
He was
really
still right
good
for braking.
races, but he wasn't as consistent as Schumacher. Sometimes he was really quick, and sometimes he even could compete with Schumacher, and everybody remembers the team orders when he was in front. But yeah, in most races he couldn't.
Similar to Bottas with Hamilton, I think. All ready to go, Quiddle?
If you want me to.
I think so.
You still got 2 laps though.
Yeah, I know.
You know, you can finish it. It's only going to be like a 25-minute stint now.
Well, we're definitely driving past 0, right?
Yes.
I think it's gonna be like 4 or 5 laps.
4 according to my JRT.
Left
Hi,
side,
Lars.
clear on the left.
Sorry about that. I was looking at the fuel.
I was watching my mirrors for a fucking idiot at BMW forcing his way through on Schrabenschwanz. Like a moron.
Yeah, without a fucking blue flag either.
I think he takes after a surname.
Spicy.
The GT3 leader is coming up to you too.
Oh, what, the one that's in the hurry? Was it the leader who was in the hurry? Or no, it was 2nd place, wasn't it? Or 3rd place?
3rd place, yeah.
Oh, you won't catch me before, Tiergarten. So this might be the last time we get lapped.
How's it feeling right now?
Yeah, fine. It's quite grippy out here. But then again, I've just been chillaxing like the whole stint. I'll try and push it a little bit this one. Obviously without taking any risks at all. Yeah, the track's rubbered in now, so it's pretty grippy for whatever the temp says. It's faster than you'd think it would be. I'm only 2/10 down on my fastest lap. On the GP circuit.
P6 actually had a pretty huge crash. They are now in the pits for over 11 minutes already.
Yeah, this is the time in the race where people who think they're safe lose concentration and just crash randomly. Or through tiredness.
Yeah, that was a typical tiredness crash, I'd say.
You got 3 seconds to a GT3.
Oh no, this TCR is going to cost me the lap.
Don't do anything stupid.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
I hope that wasn't too stupid. I didn't feel like I could lift off with the GT3 right behind me.
No, I got you. As long as you kept her on the black.
Right side. Clear on the right.
That wasn't that bad.
Something else I forgot to mention, I was going to bring it up earlier, we're actually on the American server.
Say again?
Looking at the pings, I believe this race is being held on the American server,
Yeah,
not
those
the European one.
special events are always Americans, aren't they?
I don't know, my ping was pretty erratic, like, last night.
I thought a lot of the, like especially like the European kind of ones, like this, would be on the European server. I thought they were as well. Like Le Mans, for example, used to be on the European server.
Well, I wonder if it's because it's the 11 o'clock race that it's
No,
the American one.
the other
'cause it's
one.
supposed
The
to be
other one
the
was on
American race.
The other one was on an American server as well. All the practice sessions were all on American servers. That's usually
Well, they
when
hold
they
the
fix it.
Bathurst race on the Aussie server.
But the Supercars one, right? The Bathurst 1000.
No, the 12 hour as well.
Really? Are you sure? Or is that just the night split?
Pretty sure the 12 hours.
I doubt it, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, this is definitely an American server.
Yeah, yeah. Looking at the pings in our team, everybody is in the 3 digits, other than Cordell, who's at 50 or 41.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the 24 team, there's one driver from Canada which is the only one with a 2-digit ping.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, Cordell, now I go back. Yeah, that fact that Albon got point was hilarious because you know the reason why, right? It's because Stroll defended so hard. If Stroll hadn't defended so hard, there's no way Albon would have scored a point. So Aston Martin probably might have screwed themselves in the Constructors' Championship because of today.
That's priceless.
But yeah, as soon as Stroll got given that 5-second penalty, he needed to let everyone through for tactical reasons. I would have hated to be the engineer to tell him that, though. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Owner's son. You can't go fast anymore. You need to let everybody overtake you because of points.
That must be one of the very few examples where it's better for you actually in the championship to let other drivers pass than just racing them.
Yep, you have to pick your battles, right?
Yeah, but actually let people by to get them better position in the championship, that's not how it usually works.
I feel so bad for Seb, man.
Yeah. The other one that was crazy was when who was it? It was what's his face? The guy who drives in IMSA. He was the F1 driver who's now drives the prototype in IMSA.
Kamui?
No. I can't think because I'm driving. When out of the car, I'll be able to think of it. Was he Mexican? I want to say. No, Brazilian. Nasser, Felipe Nasser.
Oh, Felipe.
When Nasser scored points for Lotus. To give them the constructors' title in the last race of the season, and he was going to the rivals the next year. Basically, he fucked over. Like Lotus were dying anyway, and he was going to Manor, and he fucked over Manor because Manor would have got like millions of dollars of prize money, but he basically got points in the last race for Lotus and screwed them over, and then Manor went bust like 2 years later.
But to be honest, that's kind of different since he was actually driving for Lotus at that point. And
yeah, don't get me wrong, but
so,
it's another case where it would have been, yeah.
It would have been beneficial for him in the long run, but yeah, you're not going to abandon a position because your next year's team would benefit from that. I don't think. And your race engineer would be stupid to tell you that.
Yeah.
First place. So he probably didn't even know during the race. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I think that's completely different compared to today's case.
Oh, for sure. It's just another example of how letting someone through could benefit you in the long run.
Yeah.
It was the only other example I could think of off cuff.
Fun fact from this Formula 1 season: every time Verstappen finished the race, he won.
At this rate, he might continue that trend to the end of the season, and still have only 2 wins.
Remember, it's the Red Bull powertrain now, not Honda anymore. Christian Horner should always be very quick to bring that fact.
Yikes.
Because like he loves to castigate engine manufacturers when they are the reason to mean that, or when he thinks they are the reason that his team aren't doing very well, and then never mention them when they're actually the reason that his team are doing well.
Who, Max?
Christian Horner.
Oh, yeah, no, Horner's a fucking bitch.
I think Horner's probably my least, well, it's probably my second least favourite person in F1, like in terms of visibility on screen. I think Helmut Marko's, I hate him more.
Yeah, Helmut's a pretty big douchebag.
Horner's probably number 2.
Wasn't Helmut Marko the one who suggested that the drivers of his team meet in early 2020 to get Corona?
Yeah.
Or meet with somebody who has Corona to get the Corona?
Wow.
Yep, that was him. That's a myriad of all the bad takes, that man. He's had so many bad takes.
Where did you go, Cordell? I'm on the carousel.
Yep, I've been watching.
So, what should we give us six laps worth of fuel? Do you think, or 5?
It's 33 minutes now. You've got another like what 2.5 minutes till you get to the pit lane. So 30 minutes of fuel, probably 31 minutes of fuel.
No, you
Yeah,
need a
but
bit more.
we need definitely a lot more because we're going to be
You
racing
need an
past
extra
0.
lap.
Maybe 2.
JRT says 4 laps at this point.
Let's take 5.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to overfuel the car at this point. I'll be honest
No,
with you. We have what, like eight? Do we have
6
8
min-
minutes on second or third? Sorry.
Tells me 6 minutes, but somewhere around that, yeah.
And we're not touching the leader. They're just a lap ahead of us, no
If
matter
the
what.
GT3 leader crashes or something on the last lap of the race might be indefinitely, lengthened for a long time.
Yeah, not too much, because you would need at least 3 cars crashing on the last lap, because the P2, P3 and GT3 are within a lap of the leader. So it would be an additional lap, worst case. But yeah, I consider that scenario. What happens if the leader is like 10 laps in the lead and then crashes on very close to the
It
end
would
of
end
the
on the
race?
next lap.
Second?
It would end on the next lap. It's whoever the leader is at that point, or
Yeah,
not
but-
the leader,
but-
but like if the leader DNFs, technically they're like out of the race. It considers them done.
Yeah, but if the leader with like 1 lap to go, or with 2 minutes to go on the clock or something like that, goes into the pits and he's still leading because he's 30 minutes of gap to P2, what happens in the next 20 minutes? Is the race just going on?
I mean, in real life, it would just end when that person crosses the line, because they would consider the other person like DNF'd at that point.
But they won't cross the line, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
They cross the line before 0, and then they crash after 0. And then there's
But that-
30 minutes until somebody else crosses the line to finish it.
That's it. Like they crash before and roll into the pits with a damaged car, but can't complete the next lap for some reason. Need to take. I mean, we have required repairs here, and in real life, we would probably
Anyway.
just send them out. And
How much fuel are we taking? Because it's not set up at the moment. Are we taking a full tank for 7 laps, or are we taking 1 lap less? Because you need to take 14 off of it if we're taking 1 lap less.
That's up
Something
to
like
you.
that.
I'm driving the car, whatever it takes.
I just put 82 in. That's
Yeah, that's okay.
some
So that's
right
6 laps.
ballpark. Yeah, that's about 6 laps. That's more than enough. Don't speed in the pits.
Yeah, because we haven't done that all race, have we? Nobody's done that. You didn't see what James did earlier, then?
1.
I saw that you got a black flag. Yeah.
I almost did it on mine.
Sorry, there's 0.6 of optionals again. I must be hitting curb somewhere.
It's ridiculous.
David is destroying our car. That's why it looks like it is. Only David is responsible for that.
It's undrivable now. We're
I
gonna have
think
to park it, guys.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Look at
but
all the
still,
fly.
lose
Look at all
3
the flies
positions.
on it. I know. And, like once I got out of the car, like it's now hasn't got any flies on it at all.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. I wish they would fix that, like to where it's like persistent.
The split is slightly bent on the front left. Was that from? Oh yeah, that was from the weird
You didn't
curb
change anything in car, did
curb
you?
hit. No. Just
We have a slight splitter damage since I think Patrick jumped into the car first time. We got of damage on during the pit stop actually, when
really?
we were clean when we got into the pits, and then once Patrick jumped in, we,
What?
we got a
Was that
bit
the
of
second
damage.
stint? Was that like the third stint? Like
Yeah,
between you and
was
Patrick?
that was like really early in the race. I think that was
Are
when
you
Patrick
sure
jumped
that
into.
wasn't from my excursion?
No, that was
I
way
took
before
some
you were in the
flight.
car. That was the point in time where only Patrick, David, and I drove the car so far, and we didn't have anything. I think later in that stint was when Patrick got the actual damage when he jumped the curb a bit hard, or the jump, and got that phantom damage.
Oh, that's
but
right. You didn't see the other flight I took.
No,
Flight?
I might not want to see that one. The way you're talking about it.
All right. So you know the S's before you get to the area just before Dondro?
I mean, you could just name a track part. That would be.
Or I
much
guess
easier.
ski jump. I don't remember the name of the corner.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. The second
So
flat
after
jump.
the ski jump, there's like that downhill like crest. Yeah, I accidentally hit the curb on the left side there because I turned in too much. I almost killed us.
Yeah, I've had that with the GT3 a few times. If you hit that curb a little in the wrong way, and that's a 50-50 or so. If you hit it, you can go over it and be fine, or you can launch the front up into the air and like, whoa, where I'm going.
No, legit. Like I turned in thinking it wasn't going to turn. It turned a whole bunch. I was like, oh no, we're dead. I fucking 4 wheels off the track. Somehow managed to save it.
I think the closest I came to killing ourselves on myself was into Schwalbenschwanz, the first left turn on Schwalbenschwanz a few times, going a bit deep in the night.
Yeah, the same in that penultimate lap just now. I ran into the gravel. I don't know if you guys saw.
Yeah, I saw that, but I was way deeper. I got a
yeah,
like,
it
two
wasn't
off
really
tracks there.
risky. It was just the closest I came. Like I was actually quite happy. Like all my other stints, I don't think I had any moments where I like had my heart in my mouth at all.
Oh, that happened multiple times. Multiple times in my stints.
Let's just make sure it doesn't happen in the next 4 laps then.
Well, the worst part is it's not so much that like I worry that the car is going to crash. It's like one of those moments where like I feel like I've overdriven the car, even though the car's like, bro, what are you talking about? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good to go. But like it freaks me out because I'm not used to it.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen that P6 crash a few laps back, but they got lapped by a GT3 on the outside of Schwedenkreuz, or before
Ouch.
Schwedenkreuz, and they blinked the GT3. They flashed it. I think they were just mad, and then they
miss
somehow.
the braking and go in.
Yeah, no, even earlier they got onto the right side grass on Schwedenkreuz, and then they couldn't brake anymore.
I don't have visibility.
Patrick could just look at it in his stream, and you could watch the stream.
That's a good idea. Let me open my browser.
I can do that.
How much spotting do you want for like GT3s and stuff, Cordell?
Just a little bit.
So you got one coming up, half a second back. Could be an aggressive one. It's the 19. They were quite aggressive before. Yeah, just let them through every time they do that, I think, and we should be golden.
Yeah, just chrome red guy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, if they're making that move, I don't really like it, but it's okay.
It's the
especially
same
if they
team
make it
that dived me a
early
bunch
enough.
of times in my stint.
Yeah, they're the ones that I want to avoid. I have them on my don't touch list.
As long as they don't crash, you shouldn't see them again. They were just in the pits a lap earlier than us, so they don't need to pit again, and they're not going to make up a whole lap on us in 4 laps.
Oh wait. Was that maybe a kill attempt?
Are you trying to tell me that there was a intentional wreck in an iRacing official race?
I assumed they just misjudged it or were mad at the GT3, but now that I've seen it again, I think the GT4 wanted to kill the GT3.
You got a cup car coming up on you 2.5 back.
There was one of those in the winter race. The servers ended up booting the team. It was very similar to that. Like someone got dove by a GT3 and then immediately just missed their braking point at the next corner and went into them. I'm watching a stream, by the way now.
But they didn't accelerate. I think if they wanted to kill him, they would have gone as fast as they could.
Looks like an honest mistake.
Yeah, yes.
Cup is not with you.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm watching it now. Well, it's not even into trading rights, it's like before, isn't it? The GT3 basically overtakes him almost before the braking point.
How dare he overtake him?
Not sure why they flashed him then. Maybe because they had history.
Maybe.
Maybe they knew him and was just like, hey, Josh, I'm here. Look what I can do. Bam!
then, yeah, exactly. Then the mistake would be even funnier.
We lost the win in top split in the Kia because we had Mika Isui driving for us as a sub, and he put a wheel on the grass doing that with like an hour to go, maybe. We were beating like all of the pro teams because we hadn't crashed, and then that happened.
That's really bad. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I don't think George ever got over that one.
No, I don't think I would either. If you're in a top split and beating the pro teams, and then
this was back in like 2016, 2017.
That doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, today you probably wouldn't beat the pro teams, to be honest, but still, even in 16, 17, the guys were really, really fast. So
I think that was our best chance to win a special event top split ever. We got second place, but yeah, let's start on the win.
Second winner's first loser, right? In that case.
Yeah, I don't think TFR have ever had a top split victory. We've had 2 second places, I think, because we had that one, and then we had the one at Le Mans with Ronnie and Dirk and Jake in the HPD in second place. I'm pretty sure we haven't had a top split win in a special event.
I don't know, but I rarely even drive in top split in special events. I don't think I ever did, to be honest.
Make sure if they're blue, by the way, if people coming up on me, you let me know that they're blue or in some way, because like I'm not going to see the blue flag.
Gotcha.
Blue or white.
You shouldn't have any next lap. You're going to have maybe two cars next lap, but they're both going to have blue flags. They'll both have blue flags because they're ahead of us. It'll be a GT3 and then a cup car, but they might pit. So yeah, and then maybe some of you come out the pits as well.
I check as much as I can, but sometimes I miss them.
Yeah, we are going to keep you posted.
20 minutes to go. Is there anyone in the pits at the moment who might leave?
Really.
No. But yeah, just thinking back to it. So back in those days, Lars, I'm pretty sure we were in some top splits when we did some special events together.
Must have been at the time when number of splits was like 5.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a top split.
Yeah.
You can only race who's on the plate in front of you. You know.
Yeah. Even in second split or something like that, I still consider that a win because you're beating your competition.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've had like plenty of victories in second split over the years, but I don't think we've ever had a win in top split. And the other one is the fact that I don't think we've ever had a really good result in Spa in the 24 there. That's probably the only race we haven't had like a podium or in a high split in. Probably because it's a pure GT3 race, like single class, and it's just a sprint race for the whole 24 hours in GT3 cars, and we were never that good at setting up the GT3 cars. I think.
Yeah, that race really needs cautions.
No cautions, please. Cautions are necessary evil in real life, but in endurance
they
races,
break the race up and add strategy.
That's really bad. I mean, you should win on pace, not because you caught the caution at the right time. No, that's just sorry, but
I think there's a place for them, but not in. You shouldn't have them in all races, of course. You should have them in a select few. And I'm with Cordell on that one. I think Spa is one of the races which would benefit from them. Bathurst would benefit from them as well.
I mean, obviously,
anything
you
that's a single class
here.
GT3.
That'd be fucking stupid.
I think here it's really good that they don't have them. Although it would be quite entertaining to have like.
Oh no!
Just break. Yeah, go.
Okay, I had noticed I was catching him and I was fucking freaking out.
Yeah, good job.
Like, I don't know if you noticed, but I gained 2 seconds on him in the golf course.
I was just looking at him, what he was doing, if he just crashed his lap or what. But, yeah.
No, he hadn't.
He looked that way when he crossed the finish. I was surprised as well. I was just coming back and saw him spinning.
I don't know what the fuck he must have damage, but he's not pitting because of he's afraid that the required repairs are going to take too long, so he's just driving around slowly. He's probably got a meatball.
Wait, he shouldn't get black flag anyway if he has a meatball.
No, he doesn't have a meatball.
No, he doesn't have a meatball.
I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
You're not getting a black flag immediately. You got like 3 laps to get into the pits.
I thought they black flagged you anyway.
No.
I must have moved that.
No, that was always the case. You can finish with meatball. You're not getting anything. It's just after 3 laps. After you've done 3 laps with the meatball, he stops scoring you until you clear the meatball.
Like his lap was invalid, but it doesn't have a meatball by him. It's weird. This is a 2-man team, by the way. There's only 2 of them driven the whole race. Both in Italy.
I wonder if that's one of those 2-man teams, but it's really just one guy.
Yeah.
How long have they been driving like this?
They have only done 74 laps in the whole race, so yeah, that's a 2-man team with both of them sleeping in the night or something like that.
But they're only 97 laps behind.
Yeah, but they are just driving the entire time with a car where you have to turn 90 degrees to the right to go straight. That's just weird.
It's the first time I've seen him all race.
I think we want to say that they finished a race, maybe. Fuck it. It's completely irresponsible, though.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, that was fucking scary, bro.
They haven't even towed now. They're just driving it back now.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
They are not even.
They're probably going to continue.
Yeah, they're not driving it back. They had this kind of damage for the last lap 2. They didn't come into the box. I think they're trying
keep
to
an eye
finish
on
that
them,
way.
because if we catch up to them again, we need to be careful.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll catch up to them again.
You got a cup car 5 seconds behind you, by the way.
This is why you need to have some kind of, not live stewarding, but there needs to be something in place to like apply the 107% rule of some sort. Like if you could tell that a car is going under its, so you could look at like a driver having driven previous laps, like what their fastest lap time was earlier, and then later on in the race, like DQ them for doing this kind of shit.
Or at least allow it to be protestable.
Yeah, but I think it probably is protestable.
Because it's unsafe.
Exactly. But no one ever does it because
He's gonna fucking catch me in the middle of this area.
If he starts again after a spin, is that an unsafe release or unsafe rejoin? Technically?
No, I
Yeah.
think it's just unsafe driving, like endangering other drivers.
iRacing consider that their black and orange flag, I suppose, is kind of a catch-all, but in this case, it's definitely not because they don't have one. But the amount of damage in the car
the problem with that is it's automatic and it sometimes doesn't work really well.
Yeah.
You can get a black meatball flag with a car that drives perfectly fine, and you can not get a meatball flag with a car like that, which is not drivable really.
Here comes the cup car, by the way.
Yep, he's with you now.
Scuderia Bavaria. So they're probably all racing in shorts.
Lederhosen.
Lederhosen, yep.
Left side. Clear.
What the fuck was
Thanks.
that?
Scary, eh? That was scary.
But yeah, so as soon as I saw him going for it, I just flipped it off and waited till he went.
Yeah, that is
Very smart. Yeah.
He could have just waited till I think they are 8 minutes ahead and somewhat 2 laps behind the next guy, so yeah, they're not going to.
It's the thing
change
about
anything.
real life, man, that I keep talking about. Like in real life, they would have, right? Like they know they would have waited till at least the short shoot anyway, right? Like just been right on me and then just took it on that little straightaway there, and I would have given it to him, no problem. But nobody knows like how to take a second. They just have to pass no matter what.
So the GT3 leader is 3 minutes ahead of us on track. So and there's 12 minutes to go. So they would have crossed the line at 15 minutes to go. So is that 3 laps to go or 2 laps to go?
2 laps.
Okay. 2 laps to go then.
Yeah, because the leader is going to do another lap, then he's getting the white flag. They should have enough fuel because I only stopped 2.5 laps back. So
when they crossed the line, I mean, was there, because they're only doing 8-minute lap time, but let's say they're doing 8-minute lap times. So if it was more than 16 minutes when they crossed the line, it would be 3 laps, right? But there isn't.
Just about, yeah. They would need to gain 1.5 minutes or something like that in this lap.
Okay, so it was close, but not quite.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, 2 laps to go then, almost certainly. Well, definitely.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 laps.
Oh, we've got 4 laps of fuel.
Ah,
So we're good to go.
We might need to save a bit of fuel here. And since it's only 2 laps to go, we are out of contention for the win.
Big
No!
Too bad. But does that mean that we've guaranteed a position? We've guaranteed 6th place? 5th place?
Yeah, 5th place at this point.
Oh, by the way,
since 6 is like 7 laps back and not racing at the moment, we were in 5th guaranteed in 5th for a long time.
that last lap you did, Cordell, was our slowest lap of the race, but also probably one of our best laps of the race, I would say.
Thanks.
Like getting on the brakes like you did on the straight. Definitely worth it.
You should have 2 GT3s coming up on you middle of the lap somewhere.
Oh, even more fun.
Oh, the number 1 car is stopped somewhere on track.
Told you. Watch out for them.
They just pulled
These
over onto
fucking
the side of
retards,
the
man. They'll
road on
just
the
like
GP
sit
track.
there and wait for us to come back.
Yeah, that's what they've done. They're just sitting there. Okay, they've taken the tow now.
Why now? I mean, why now?
I think they wanted to just cross the line for whatever reason, that lap. God knows why. Makes no
You know, they can
sense.
cross the line at pit road.
But now they're throwing, getting another lap when the tow's finished.
They might be trying to beat the 445. I don't know if they're still out on the track. No, they're not. Yeah, they're trying to beat the 445, maybe. Porsche Cup car, who are currently 1 lap ahead of them. Who knows?
But why? It's a completely different class. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Overall matters in real life.
It shouldn't.
It's bragging.
You're never
Yo,
going
I
to beat
finished
it.
like
You're never going to
30th
beat
in a
it.
Nürburgring 24. Oh, really? How many cars? 170.
Yeah, but you're never going to beat a GT3 with a Civic or whatever. It's just stupid.
I don't know, man. There are some really terrible GT3 drivers out there.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to beat them on pace. If the GT3 crashes
I
in
don't
the
know,
first
man.
lap.
Have you seen some of the kind of amateur level, club level stuff that goes on? Like there are some like events where GT3s are just pottering around, being overtaken by like slower than TCR cars.
The British Endurance Cup.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that thing.
What? How?
Because they're total amateurs and they have no idea what they're doing on track. And they just basically don't slide the car at all, and they drive it super careful without going flat out. And then you have like the other end of the spectrum, some like touring car guys, like people like George, who actually know what they're doing, but don't have much money, so get seats on these kind of events and go out and go as fast as they possibly can in shit boxes.
That's the funnest time to go fast. You kidding me?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nothing quite like being in a shit box overtaking like something with a 500 brake or whatever.
I just mean pushing like a little shit box as fast as you can.
Yeah, that too.
GT3 is now 5 seconds back, 2 seconds behind that, the next one.
Oh, it's Aaron Ackles. Why do I know that name?
Oh no.
I really know that name. Why do I know that name? I think he's killed me before in an endurance race. Anyway.
You know what really would have spiced up the game in this split? Andy Purse.
I don't know. Like, I think he would have made it like 2 laps and then wrecked out. And wouldn't have changed much. No, Andy Purse.
Oh.
Our favourite driver.
I was gonna say I do some Indy cars. Indy cars around here are great.
They do run them every once in a while. Like I seem to remember Ronnie and Tim running them around here a little while ago.
Yeah, it's like one of my only wins that I ever got in IndyCar here for some reason.
There's
Top
a
split, by the
the GT3 by the way.
Right side. Clear on the
And declare. And the next one is 1 minute 30 behind us. So in theory, we may not have any traffic until the end of the race. You might catch a TCR though, and maybe a GT4 depending on how quickly they're going.
The last lap was 8:56, so they shouldn't be that slow. Unless they crash, obviously.
Imagine a 24-hour race in the LMP2 here.
Oh, don't. I cannot get so wrecked.
DGFX ran here with the
That or a
LMP2
P1.
back in the...
We had a EES race, or I think ILMS was it back in the day, with
Yeah.
the WEC cars here for 6 hours.
Yeah, there wasn't there? Including the
It was
LMP1.
fun.
That's
Bro.
half a year ago, something like that. I would do that again.
Have you driven the Camel GT car here? Like the Nissan or the Audi?
I've never really driven the Camel GT cars, to be honest.
They're super fun.
I've driven the big one, the prototype once, and then
The Nissan.
North America race.
Oh, I
Like-
remember that race. Yeah, that was good
Like
fun as well.
500 kilometers. Yeah, it was really good until I got punted by a Audi who couldn't hold his line in the carousel. I was going around his outside and he couldn't hold the line and
No.
punted me off.
And then,
But
like,
that
as soon as you
car-
pick up
that
any
car
damage in
is-
that car, you're just really slow.
That car is insane.
Yeah, try that round here, Lars. You'll have fun.
I might need to do that at some point. That
I
is
just
a
wish
really
we could
good
get
idea.
more cars for that.
Yeah, we need to triple the amount of cars on this track.
Definitely.
And then add some smaller classes.
I'm pretty sure it's a fundamental thing that with how the software's coded that they can't increase the cars because they would have done it by now.
No. I meant for Camel.
Oh right, okay. Well, you just run with the AI maybe.
No, I meant like we need a Sauber, and we need the like
Oh,
Toyota
I see
GTO.
what you mean. Right, yeah. But we need the Porsche, surely. The
Yes.
962.
Oh yeah. And then try to recreate the Bell flap.
Yeah. And then we probably need like a GT to go with the Audi, so like maybe the Corvette
Yeah, there's the Corvette, there's the Toyota,
or the Ferrari,
Celica.
the F40.
There's the Ferrari. There's a Ford Mustang that ran in America at that time. Like, there's so much cool GTO. So there's a Pontiac. There's a fucking Pontiac that looks badass that we could get.
What? There's a Pontiac.
Go look it up. I think Wynn Taylor drove it.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
I think it was them. I know there was a Pontiac back then. It was weird. It was either a Pontiac or an Olds. I might get that confused.
There is a Pontiac
should hit the
GTO,
white
but it's
flag
a road
now.
car.
White flag, white flag.
There it
White
is.
frag.
Nice.
Yeah, baby. And does that mean that we've got second place tied up?
Not quite.
They're
Because
5 minutes back.
third and fourth are within a lap of us. They are
Are they
behind the
behind the leader?
they are behind the leader, so they will be scored a lap down. Unless the leader crashes, we have it. But if the leader crashes, they might still finish on the same lap as we are.
So it's looking good.
Yeah.
And the next GT3 is still a minute behind Cordell, so you shouldn't have any traffic.
Other
Well,
than
this
the
lap.
TCR, you're catching up.
Yep.
Although at the current pace, you might just catch him at the very end of the lap. And yeah, we don't need to do anything stupid. That's the
No,
leader in that class.
no, this
as well.
is not a push lap.
Oh no.
This is a showboating lap if you want.
No.
I thought you were going to go for fastest lap of the race now.
That was the funniest shit.
There's no
Like-
point going for the fastest lap of the race. Like, it's not worth anything. Why would anyone want to have it? You know, it just shows that you're pushing too hard.
Man. No, the Leclerc thing where it's like, I wanted to go for a fastest lap. They're like, no fastest lap. People are like, what to?
He was right to as well. Alonso would have got it if he hadn't.
Yeah,
got
they
it
were
on the
talking
last
about
lap.
that. That's crazy.
But in the context of this race, yeah, whoever gets fastest lap is probably pushing too hard, so they should actually be castigated by their team for pushing too hard.
Wait a
not
minute.
thinking about the team.
David is only saying that because you got the fastest.
Yeah,
traffic.
I just thought about that.
That is the only reason.
No, surely not. Definitely not.
You know, it's interesting they didn't pit Albon a little bit earlier either. With the soft, he might have had a chance at it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they didn't want to. So they were so close to not. They wanted to basically leave him out as long as Stroll was holding up the pack, and then the others were falling back a bit. Because like he only came out. I watched it back. He only came out of the pits 0.3 ahead of Zhou for
Yeah.
the last point. So yeah, they knew what they were doing.
David, looking at the lap times, I've got a feeling that you tried to get it back.
What's that?
Lap 118, I have a feeling you tried to get the fastest lap back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's a 46. It's like yours is a 45. It's like a whole second slower.
Not really.
Yeah, I didn't have any draft that lap either. If I'd had a bit of draft that lap, I would have had it.
And then the guy with the fastest lap is a really good guy, I know.
Like, I made a mistake on one of the corners on that lap and dropped like 0.2 as well. And I knew it was going to be really close. I also knew it was my last chance to do it because of the track conditions. Because it had warmed up a bit by that point, but not that much. I think it was still like 22, 23 degrees track, maybe 24, something like that. So yeah, I think you had really nice pace this race, Patrick. And
By the way, the leader just finished the race. We are now officially second. Nothing that can happen.
Very nice.
So driver into the wall?
No.
Please not. But speaking of
know
that,
That's a tradition now.
Yeah.
For a good result, you need to drive it in the wall hard on the last lap.
but really, speaking of that, I think this is the first race where at least from what I've seen, we didn't have any major mistakes.
Yeah.
Even in
I
our
think
GT4 win, we had some spins during the race, but we didn't have any mistakes.
The biggest mistake we did ourselves was James speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, true.
No, legit. Like, I think that might be, like, I'm not even,
That's insane,
like,
actually.
shitposing. That might be our biggest mistake the whole race.
And then the
Yeah.
other one being the procedural thing where no one got in the car. And then when James did get in the car and it turned his engine on, it killed the optional repairs. Like, that's not really a mistake. It's just kind of an oversight or not realizing it.
Glitch, yeah.
And that doesn't need to happen. Sometimes you get in the car and it's fine. And sometimes you get in the car and it lurks a little bit and that kills the optional. So yeah, that's just
I mean, I
whatever.
guess the other big mistake is the fact that I probably lost us, like, Jesus, like, probably 20, 30 seconds over the whole race. Because I'm slow as shit.
It's not a mistake, though. You
Yeah,
can only do
look
what
at
you
my
can do, right?
look at my last two stints. I'm doing mid 50s and slower throughout the whole stint, and
And
at that weather,
Did
I
you see
should
the
be-
last lap, Evan?
It doesn't matter. Like,
in that weather I should be doing 47s. So I'm losing 4 seconds a lap, at least 4 or 5. Say 5 over what is it, 14 laps? That's a minute that I lost in that stint, just on pace. And
Well,
I
no,
don't know how
you
I
could
could
drive-
I have
time
confidence in the car. I just don't want to push it because I know that
that's absolutely the right thing
sometimes
to
I have
do.
a lapse
Yeah.
in concentration and I'll fuck things up.
Like, you could do what Travis does and drive 3 or 4 seconds faster every lap and then crash after about 8 laps.
No, please not.
I mean,
Yeah.
Josh crashed on lap 1 of the first race, right?
I think it's really insane that we did drive 24 hours without any spin, without any.
Yeah, it's definitely something to
touching
be
the
proud
wall.
of, you know?
Yeah, it's really impressive.
I think my biggest mistake was going wide like once or twice, and as I said, in the coming into Schwalbenschwanz, going off track there a little
So
bit.
I almost killed us there once, that left-hander downhill. I overdrove the corner and did not brake enough and almost hit the grass on the right, and that would have been death. And then the other big mistake I had was this hump after the ski jump.
Yeah, but that's just natural. Like, I wouldn't call those big mistakes. That's just overdriving it, but then having the capacity and the ability to be able to gather it up again without getting onto the grass is like a skill of its own, right? So yeah. Last time through this section of the track.
If we hadn't that GT3 run-ons over, the car would look really good. I mean, we wouldn't be factory new, but because of the damage we picked up from the jumps and stuff. But other than that, the car would be pristine. That's really cool.
I mean, yeah, we've also got to consider the fact that there's a good chance we could have won this race, even if we were slower than the leaders, which we were. Like, the leaders have probably been cruising for like the last 6 hours or however long it's been since Historic had their problem. If we'd been there instead, the leaders would have been maybe pushing a bit more for the last 6 hours and could have had another incident, you know. So
especially
we
with how hard they
were well in
pushing
position.
tonight.
We were well in position to win this race, if not for that GT3.
Yeah, might have been possible, definitely. But they were extremely fast. If they wouldn't have made any mistakes, I'm not sure if we would have got them.
Oh yeah, probably not, all things considered. But just being there can sometimes make people make mistakes, you know?
Definitely.
Alright, last 30 seconds of the race. Anyone we want to thank? The Academy and all that?
Nope.
Sponsors?
I gotta thank Monster Energy. It's what got me up this morning.
All right, we're all out on the pit wall.
Not the green, not the like.
We're waving our flags.
I drink the
you know,
Java.
like in the real race, you know, like waving the flags and everything.
Very nice.
That's a P2 in a 24-hour race.
There's the flag. It's over.
It's not every day you can say you've got one of those.
Good job. Very good job.
Very well done.
And now is the time to take the traction control off.
We did it!
You've got lots of fuel, Cordell. You need to use it.
Fuel?
Fuel and rubber.
How do you
Get rid of
disengage
it.
this here?
I want to
Is it
see
all
some
the way
smoke.
Up? All the way up?
You want to take it to 0, I think. Or maybe all the way up there.
No, it's
Nah,
0,
zero.
isn't it?
0, yep. There we go.
We did it, boys. Finished one. That's my first time
Yes!
I've ever finished this race, by the way.
True, Cordell, you said you never finished one. Congrats.
Yeah, congrats, Cordell.
Didn't you say when was it? I think when I said we are at the halfway mark, 12, that we finished 12 hours, you said that you've never been this far in the race.
Yep. Literally, I'd never been to the halfway point. Let alone with a clean car, not even with a damaged one.
Yeah, too bad we couldn't keep it clean to the end, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
like,
have to look back at it. I haven't seen the incident, but from what I heard, there's nothing we could have done. But GT3 just decides to plow through us, then that's game over.
yeah, it was at the entry of the Battle of S. He was completely behind me and then punted me on the right rear wheel. He went for it.
Bro, let's go.
Yeah, that was super fun.
Yeah.
Ah.
Gotta go look at this fucking death that I almost had. Scared the shit out of me.
I've gotta say that GT4 was fun to drive and it was also fun to push a bit, but the only thing I didn't really like was that you chose, or let's say it like that, it was faster to go with very high gears, and that meant you couldn't really use your rev limiter to judge where
The ref
how
limiter or
fast
the
how
ref
fast
band?
the rev band where you couldn't use the rev band to judge how fast you were going, because you were constantly driving through corners with the rev band completely disabled, basically. I
Yeah,
didn't
that was
like
a bit
that.
sketch. No, I legit, I said this before, but this is my new favorite GT car of all the cars. Like, it was before, it was kind of the BMW GT3. It's pretty good. The Z4 is still my favorite, but we don't have the Z4 anymore, sadly. This thing, fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely fun.
It just feels like good. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like it literally just feels proper. Like the whole time, the car feels exactly like how I think it should feel when I go into the corner. Granted, I'm not able to push it quite as hard as y'all, but that's both a like I could have practiced for 2 weeks beforehand with the car, and on top of that, that I've just never been a real big like push person here in race. Like I've always been more of a drive like 2 or 3 seconds off of people. Granted, I was like 8. I could have got down to the 55s, but
I
I
probably
was a bit
could
afraid.
have practiced like 2 months and wouldn't have beaten David on pace. So yeah, that's just people are just faster. So you have to admit that and go to the next one. That's just the way it is.
Especially here too.
And there's
Yeah,
always
Like
someone
there's
faster than
so
you, yeah.
much speed you can gain here.
I mean, Ronnie did a 39 in the race at night, apparently.
That is insane.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
He did
I
a
actually-
39?
I actually
Yep.
considered turning up the brightness of the game a little bit for the night stint.
I think most of the time he was in like the 41s, 42s on lap times.
What?
Insane.
Yeah,
he
I want
is really
to,
insane. I mean,
I was thinking of asking him to like set a couple of laps given conditions and give me the telemetry so I could see what he's doing to go that fast, because I don't get it.
but
I
then
imagine.
again, he's driving a different car, so
Well,
might
yeah.
not. It's not a 1-to-1. That's what
No,
I'm
it's
saying.
not. But I don't think the Aston was that much slower. Like in the top split, there was an Aston in second place who beat them on pace. So
No, but what I mean is what he's doing in the BMW might not be fast in a Aston. And
yeah,
all the way
so
around.
there's that, and also the fact that I could just ask him to drive in the Aston. I'm sure he'd be still like close to that. Who knows?
It probably
Who knows?
would be faster than you, really fast. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think what it is it's just like nailing your driving line and all your inputs, knowing exactly what curves to take and where to place the car on the track, and having the reactions to be able to deal with the shit that kind of hits you every once in a while.
And getting screamed at from Germans for missing apexes and stuff.
Yeah.
Looking at the results, but we all gained a lot of safety rating.
Oh, do you have the link?
Wow. How do you? Why? I mean.
Yeah, I can give the link.
Yeah, did I have the most incidents on the team? I think I did.
I probably did.
Let's see. Where is it? Oh, we're tied. Almost got you.
Well, you had the right number of incidents. Then again, I drove more laps.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Okay.
there you go.
Okay.
You had the most incidents per lap then, maybe.
Yep, I did.
No, I think James had very few incidents.
James had 3. He had the least of the team.
But wait, I had 4 incidents, and that was one GT3 crashing into me. So.
Was that 4X?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, was that really the only incident you got the whole run?
Seems so. I only got 4.
Damn.
Cordell, by the way, Cordell is the only one not getting up to A499.
Yeah, true.
Wow.
He's the one who gained the most, but still the only one not getting to A499.
This is what happens when you run official, by the way. That's how I got down that far. I ran like 4 of the the Legends Cup car things at Watkins Glen, and then 4 of the TCRs. I finished 3 of the Cup races without incident. I finished 2 of the TCRs without incident. Then for some fucking reason, I decided to go and run the Mazda and the Roar thing. Don't do that.
I mean, to be fair, the only way to get your safety rating up or down in any shape or form is running official, because yeah, you're not getting safety
Well, I
rating
also
from
need to get
hosted.
I need to get my I rating up as well. It's pretty low, but
I need to get my I rating down at some point. It's way too high.
True.
We're always getting into top
well, let me
split
tell
in
you about
ES.
this great thing called just showing up and not doing anything.
Let me tell you
Yeah,
about
that's-
this great thing called anti-being the police of iRacing.
Yeah, I just want to say that's a protestable offense. Tanking your I rating on purpose can get you timeout. I'm sorry, no.